Okay, we're back with more Pathologic. This is the Haruspex route, so I've beaten and I guess basically 100% of the Bachelor playthrough. I got the really good ending. Current objective is we have to go all the way to the west side of town to turn some... we have to get some donor blood to bring into a quest on the east side of town, so I'm going to go work on that right now. That won't be confusing at all. Yeah. So far, I'm enjoying the Haruspex route quite a bit more, even though it's significantly harder, or it starts out significantly harder. I don't know if it's going to stay that way. I like the idea of toying with reputation, which I basically never had to care about as the Bachelor. Should try to buy some coffee beans now that I know their value. Got some, and they're pretty cheap, it turns out. Tempted to just buy those outright. Sell one bit of morphine, that's fine. Yeah, the structure of this playthrough, I'm not sure if they developed this one second after they knew what their game was and how their system worked, but it seems to be pretty well conveyed what you should and shouldn't do. And I assume it's meant to be played after Bachelor, which makes sense. Yo. I don't have enough water, okay. Too bad he actually had a bandage there. The Haruspex is so much less of a dick than the Bachelor. Let's see, what time is it? Okay. I have to go meet with the Bachelor as one of my quests, and my side quest is to go get this blood from some NPC in a house in the western half of town. So they're both in the same general area. I'll probably stop for the side quest first, since it said something about not going to see the Bachelor until the evening, which I guess it should count as the evening now, but I might want to try to stay out late if I can make it work to get some more reputation gains. I definitely need to be buying food, but none of the food stores will let me in there because my reputation is trash. Please don't have a schmouter yet. I don't have the resources for it. I don't even know why I check. Okay, thank God. Edkovsky's a vampire. He's a real ass. This game is maybe competitive with Nier Automata for like most number of hours that needed to be sunk into it in order for it to for me to get it and appreciate it. I think I probably could have appreciated Nier better, because I guess like the moment-to-moment level design and stuff can be fun, but I just can't stand that Platinum Games like spectacle brawler approach to put an experience point system on top of that, and it feels worse to me. But then, like, right at the very end of that game, I was like, oh, this game's actually genius. Everything I disliked about it before was there completely on purpose. And I'm a super fan now. And I kind of feel that way about Pathologic after the Bachelor ending from curing everybody. That was pretty great. Actually makes me curious. Like, I'm going to go back and look at the Bachelor playthrough to see if things would make more sense on a second playthrough, or if it's just that Haruspex makes more sense in general. I speculated that as the Haruspex, I might be called on more to, like, help the random sick people around the town if reputation continues to be a thing that I have to monitor. Which I didn't have to do at all as the Bachelor. Which I kind of like as a, like, ludonarrative resonance thing. Oh, hey. I'm glad I got 3 pennies. Totally worth checking all these. Maybe the person I gotta talk to is up a floor. Didn't do much house ransacking in the Bachelor playthrough. Sounded like that was a legitimate pathway to resources. It's not a real door. Okay. Hello. Oh, is this the dude that I was sent to go kill as the Bachelor? I think I screwed up that quest, but... Hunchback. You resemble my father. Say you've got donated blood. Blood can't be preserved outside a living organism. Someone's wounded and needs blood. Care to give away some of your own? I will. That's why I came here. Did that damage me? Because if it did, that's awesome. I was already somewhat high on... Oh, nice. Bring in a bandage. I don't think I'm allowed to talk to him again, can I? Transfusion blood. Okay. Well, let me go talk to the Bachelor real quick. I'm gonna try to turn that in. If that damaged me, I think my health was higher than that. Yeah, I think I got pretty high by using morphine before taking that nap earlier. That's genius, though, if that's what that was, because if the Haruspex playthrough is about, like, exchanging resources, exchanging, like, exhaustion, health, reputation, and hunger for one another, that would be very cool. Hey, it's this motherfucker. What's up, dude? You want to talk to me?
What a peculiar place. I didn't think there were still towns like this in the country.
Or be it to call myself a person of mystical inclinations, nature's playing jokes on us. It's as if the left and right hand have clutched the head to realize for the first time there are 2 parts of a single whole. Does this mean we're alike? We can become enemies so easily. We should make every possible effort to stay friends until our points of view diverge irreparably. Better a bad peace than a good quarrel.
Yes.
You've been thought to have murdered Simon Kane, 15 other men whose names I'd be damned to remember, and Isidor Barak, your own father. Is that correct? Seems I'm still thought to have done all that. Hey, Serp, how you doing? Working on restoring your good name. Hunting you all day. Just as I was about to finally catch you, I found out you're innocent of Simon's and by extension Isidor's deaths. Simon died of a contagious disease. It's been firmly established. A new strain of scarlet fever or pneumonic plague. You're clear of charges for what it's worth, and it's not worth much. Fuck you, Bachelor. Because I was just playing as this guy. I don't know about you, but being clear of suspicion is worth quite a lot to me. Oh, I just got a reputation increase from that. Ghastly accusation was refuted. My innocence has been proven. It's only a matter of time before my reputation is fully restored. I can lay claim to my father's inheritance and feel worthy of his name. Okay, maybe that's enough of a rep boost to... Can I talk to him some more? It sounded like that was the end of the main quest for today.
Block off the Termitary?
Why did they block off the Termitary? Good question, dude. Okay, so I might be able to buy some food from stores now, finally. I'm going to try to track some of them down. I don't think there's a food shop on this side of the river, or at least not one that's easy to access. All right. Garbatrage. I think if they do a Bachelor campaign eventually in Pathologic 2, I think it would be smart to make him not have to do the garbage stuff, like him to just have a ton of funds or whatever. Or have like a daily allowance or something. I think it fits really, really well for the Haruspex. This is worth 3 to this kid. I don't want to waste part of the trade. Maybe if I had some knives, I would trade with that child. You poor soul, you don't have any bandages for me. Does anyone know, do shop prices scale directly with reputation? Will I get even better prices if I get a higher rep? Because I'm wondering if I should go turn in the quest before I try to start shopping the side quest. I have a feeling that's going to increase my rep. I guess I can just go do it and not worry about it. Oh, this is probably a wrong way to go. Let's just go this way. I think finishing the Bachelor playthrough makes me really interested in seeing how Pathologic 2 refines on this, because I'm already imagining, like, very small adjustments you could make to make the experience much clearer, you know? Wiki only mentions at what reputation level stores refuse to trade with you. Okay, so maybe it's just a binary they trade or don't trade thing. Thanks for checking. I think more important than a sprint button, although I like the idea that the sprint button has a cost in water and resources, more important than a sprint button would be a strong limitation on saving the game. I think this game should force you to deal with mistakes. Hey Kai Mom, hey Kai Han. How are y'all doing? Happy New Year. Second, let's cross screens. Sandalwood atop. God, kill me. No, thank you. One of the notes I left to myself is that I might want to stop over by Isidor's house, my dad's house. So I have to look up where that is, because I don't think it's marked on the map, right? So I have a labeled map over here that I'll cross-reference here in a second. Let me turn this quest in first. Save in case I screwed up.
The grave diggers
Here.
are scattered. Where are they?
I brought blood even though it cost me quite a lot. Tell everyone about it. Hey, it will be a rep increase. Wow, I also gave him a bath, apparently.
What?
Oh, that maxed out my rep. Okay, well, I guess now we'll go shopping. I wonder if I'm going to lose more of it later. Why didn't you finish me off? Give me your knife. No, yeah, I'll take a new knife. Thanks, man. Blood help? Following in my father's footsteps. Could you tell everyone that the man with my features is not the killer? I'm not the killer, I'm their victim. Thanks, dude. Cool, okay. Well, we'll see. I have a feeling that the way the first day was oriented that I might have to do some things that necessarily trade resources for reputation, but I hope that I'm not just at max rep from the rest of the game and now I don't need to care about it, because I kind of like that the quests were laid out in a way to fill me back up. Oh, nice, Kaihan. I think out here in the US, people are having to go back to school already. My nephew's been working on his soundtrack project. He's almost got 2 hours of music done. He was able to crank out a few extra songs during the winter break, not having to balance it with school. Look for all the shops here. Is it a different pub? I don't know if I've ever been to that one. Let me look at the map really quick to try to find Isidor Barak's house. Celia, Lara, Town Hall. Isidor's house. It's up here in the northeast corner. Okay. Cannot enter that building. Fair enough. Definitely don't need drugs at the moment. Is the shop down here a food shop, or is it a clothing shop? This is kind of a waste because I think I already passed this. Oh no, it is a food shop. Okay, good. Sweet. Sell me shit, please. Thank you. Awesome. And perfect timing too, because I just got hungry apparently. Eating coffee decreases my exhaustion, and what does it hurt? It hurts my... Is it in my health and my hunger? Some more garbage over here. Next time I sleep, I probably want to use... I saved a little bit of morphine, right? We want to hold on to one of those. Oh. Guy doesn't have any bandages. Hello. Still loving your new job? Newish job. Come on. Well, it's supposed to recover exhaustion, right? So just health then? 2 food shops, beautiful. Oh, cool. Is that Pixar or is it Disney? I'm just going to try to buy as much food as I possibly can here. Probably need to do some more trading. Probably get a better deal on the gold ring from a child, to be honest. Crackers are pretty cheap. Milk's pretty cheap. Oh, I know it was Lin-Manuel Miranda. Nice. I know he did Moana as well. Is that just free streaming, or is it in theaters? Not free streaming, but is it Disney Plus or something? What's up, kid? Shall we barter, perhaps? Lockpick. Cost 5. I think this is more valuable than a gold ring. Even if I sell it to a shop later. Disney Plus, okay. Yeah, we had a like family-owned theater here in Los Alamos that shut down because of the pandemic, so I probably won't be seeing that new Spider-Man movie until it's available for streaming. I kind of don't miss the theater experience very much. Is this the right one? I think this is right according to my map. Let's see. Do I have to access it from the other side? Ah, I hate this part of town. So mean. Might still make sense for me to try to stay up late and fight bandits, even if not for the reputation. Hello. What are you looking for? And who are you? A guard. Ours is an unkind job. Guard what you're in charge of. Beat those who look suspicious to a pulp. We've got fist loads, you know. Open the door for me, will you? Lock's pretty strong. Guys standing guard blocking off the Termitary have taken the key away. Blocking off the Termitary? Tried to break out. Who did? That's awesome, Kaimon. Very, very, very happy for you. Why are you here? We're hunting down the killer. You look like a bull dressed in raw hide. It's the son of the poor victim man. I am the poor victim man's son. Oh shit! What the fuck? Okay. Punched me immediately. Can I safely kill him? Or is this gonna kill my reputation? I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna find out. Alright. Maybe I don't want to talk to him at all. Looks like he marked the Termitary, though. Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I like Disney movies, musicals. He's just crying. I don't think I'm allowed to lockpick this, right? No, it did not work. Whoa, did not mean to drop it, though. Just tell this guy that it's not me. Who are you? Open the door. Blocking off the Termitary. Why are you here? It's not me. Nope, nope. He doesn't care. Okay, well, I didn't get any crying baby noises, so maybe I was allowed to kill him without it affecting my rep. He did hurt me pretty bad, though. Is that a new quest that gave me? Hold on. Other tasks. The family home. The guards kept watch over my father's house tonight. I've gone to the Termitary. I wonder what they need there. Was there a murder? The key to my father's house. Okay. Kind of surprised they didn't punish me for killing the guard. Reputation-wise. That's true, right? Yeah, okay. There's actually a lot of food on this side of the river. I don't have much money left, and I'm out of children to trade with. Keep checking trash cans, and I'll see if there's some bandits that I can fight. Yeah, 2 food shops right by the Termitary. I guess that makes sense. You figure out what I can do with these organs, too. Others in the Hunchback. Okay, so when I tried to talk to the Hunchback, he didn't say anything to me. Freeze. Swing it. Don't rubber shoot yourself, tough guy. Oh, fuck. Shit. Now. Might be able to fight these guys without taking damage. Doesn't look like they swing at me the instant that I, like, finish talking to them. This might be a little tricky, though. I kind of have to fish for that lunge attack while moving back and forth constantly to keep them from punching me. Don't rupture yourself, tough guy. Ow. I have much better range than the... Definitely not affecting my rep, so that's nice. Oh, they have bullets and money and tourniquets. Oh, and organs, of course. What's this? Isidor's key. The key to the front door of the house where Isidor Barak used to live. Okay. That's cool. Is that the quest? Guards have the key to my father's house. Okay. We know this is where the Haruspex ends up eventually. But I assume it's still locked, yeah. Tempted to save. I guess I can use these tourniquets real quick. Oh, it's such a shitty heal. I might load this save depending on if I have any more combat. If there's like jerks in my house too, you know? Definitely probably took more damage there than I don't know if I can zero damage the guards. I think their punch has weirdly a longer range than my knife does. You have to go all the way around over here. Zero damage the bandits if I'm very, very careful. But even they sometimes have an attack that's just really hard to avoid. Oops, wrong way. Oh, is it only accessible through a very specific alley? Hold on. I thought I could get to it from here, I guess not. I think I have to go all the way around up here. Okay. He's gone because he's dead. She's still crying. Raker, do you know how many quests the Haruspex is supposed to get on day 1? I don't have a ton of time left for the day. Whoa, rats. Fuck. Please tell me that they're not infected already. They die fast enough, at least. I think they are infected, aren't they? Yeah, I just got the scary screen. Okay, I don't have any ranged weapons. I guess I could just try to run past them. 4 side quests and 1 main quest. Okay, thank you. I think I've done 1, 2, 3. All right, and then family home I haven't done. Try to save after each rat because there's a wave of rats in here. Fuck. highly dependent on whether or not the swing is timed right. So it makes sense if there are plague rats in the house where your dad died in. Two, I think. Uh-oh. Shit. Shit. Damn it. Watch the house just be an infinite supply of rats that I keep doing this. The Haruspex is supposed to get infected, maybe. I think I could have had a gun by this point, but it would have required me to murder a child, which I wasn't feeling super hot on. Let me just see how many more rats there are. There's another one. God damn it. Okay. Wonder if they despawn if I just leave the house. Don't know what's down with the kids these days. Be great if they're just like not there now. Nope. Why are they so big? They're like bigger than Ben and Marty. I think I might be able to switch knives. It might be that I've got a durability on my knife problem if they're not dying in one hit. %, 22%. Okay, maybe that'll be enough to make a difference. Let's see. Where you at, rat? God damn it. This must be the resolution of the quest, right? I can't even tell when my swing is hitting them, to be honest. I don't know if I can do the same, like, juking with rats that I can do with human enemies either. I guess I could try that. I think when you hear the sound effect, that means they tried to bite you. I don't actively try to kill kids in games. Just wish when games would kill kids that they wouldn't use that as a free drama pass and then have there be no consequences. Oh, well, that seems bad. Shit, did I ever get to visit here as the Bachelor?
Have you seen a pale, glimmering man at night?
I did on the Bachelor. Do you want to get in here or something? I'm master of this trade. I'm Sticky. You may have heard of me. I'm Isidor's son.
Have you seen a pale, glimmering man at night?
What are you doing here? Spent the night here. What did you see? So most of the time hiding in the wardrobe. Isidor walked around a bit at first. He had a bunch of visitors. Seen little, heard less. What visitors? The foreman was one of them. All sorts of step guys, butchers, worms. What of my father? He sat there brooding, rattled and fiddled, poured water. Someone heavy came in. Isidor opened the door without asking, even though he used to always ask. Speak up. It's dark there. The light died out. There was someone else here, like a woman. Got a feeling that it was a woman. The silhouette was shapeless, more like a spirit. What, the changeling? The body was crude, a lump of a body, and she made no sound as if she were gliding. What was Father doing? Murky and I decided to watch him all night after we found ourselves. He was back from the step. Murky lost him at the station. She's sleeping in her van. Where did they take the body? To the cemetery. Ask Grace. Oh, maybe this is just supposed to be a breadcrumb to get to Grace. Okay. And also Murky. Okay. I don't know if I want to sleep here. This place doesn't look super great, to be honest. I was thinking about using my morphine for that. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling that the Haruspex campaign was made after the Bachelor campaign was completed, because it seems like they learned a lot of lessons. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it seems like every other side quest, in addition to pointing you where you're supposed to go, also leads you to another side quest. And there's multiple ways to get to the right NPCs right out of the beginning, which is nice. What are we doing on exhaustion? Fine. Okay. Yeah, for sure, Scarf. I think that's where the meme came from. I think the first game it started in was Persona 4. Kill this guy. Oh, this is going to cause a rep problem. He doesn't look like the usual bandits. Didn't cause rep train. Wow, take forever to die, dude. No, it did cause rep train, even though he was trying to fight a lady. Alright, because it's not my problem. Rude. Hey, Baron, how you doing? Sorry, lady. Hey, water guy. Who the Haruspex is not a huge dick to. What's up? Thank you. Tempted to use that, but I think I can get more efficient healing from morphine at the moment. He's fancy close to. Have you seen Morbotron, Baron Creepy? My wife and I have fallen asleep to Futurama episodes for like the last 10 years. Morbotron's a great website if you need to like make a quick GIF or captioned meme out of literally any scene from the show. My doctorate's in art history. I think we want to go down from here. I feel like you could map a lot of Futurama jokes onto this game, specifically Zoidberg stuff. Going with the MASH parody, or... You ready to operate, Doctor? I'd love to, but first I have to perform surgery. The Bachelor is like, that's my joke! I'll kill you! I don't have enough water. Damn it. I think I may have dried up all of the trash cans in this town. Oh, no, look at that. It's like the trash can heard me. Oh man, it would be a real shame if there were no more gold rings in the trash. I'll take a water bottle, that's fine. Trash Park is usually pretty populated, but... Oh, it looks like it did. I wish I knew the rate at which trash cans refilled. I think it happens at least once per day. Possibly 2 or 3 times per day. Whoa, that was weird. Did I just drink from this water fountain? I don't think I was allowed to do that as the... Oh shit, that's making my hunger better, but it's draining my, or increasing my exhaustion. Okay. I wasn't able to do that as the Bachelor, right? Is that something that only Artemy can do? I might want to not do that, but I guess it's fine. Really? I guess that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, because it becomes suspicious that the water supply is tampered with on day 2 and beyond. I was hoping to really stock up on food before the crazy price spike tomorrow, but I haven't really been able to trade as much as I wanted. Ooh, peanuts. That's exciting. Whoa! Hopefully they're just despawned. I saw you. You saw me? I live here.
I'm damp and washed out.
Did you go to my father yesterday? At night. You didn't sleep? I rarely sleep at night. What did you see? Saw him return home. He sat down, sitting for the longest time. Didn't move. You saw me get off the train? There's a lot of time passed between these 2 events. Just enough time to repair the mousetrap. Thank you, Murky. The conclusion of that quest. Boy was spying on this house. Someone called Murky was following my father that night. A ghost of a woman was seen in the house. What does this all mean? Okay. Can I sleep here? Because that would be... Oh, I totally can. Cool. Okay. Here and Big Vlad's house. So let's do 1 hour. Just to trigger the time.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Like new mime performances. Misunderstanding has been partially solved. Dankovsky's managed to uncover the truth. Simon Kane fell victim to an unknown disease. Your name will be cleared if gradually. We'd like to warn you that people with a certain bias are likely to deliberately ignore the facts. There are simpletons who will disregard the facts out of stupidity. Man, this game is prophetic. Each one of the families in power will play their own game and pursue their own purpose. Always at your service, benefactors. And I don't have a today's quest yet. If I recall correctly, you drink the morphine 5 hours.
What are you looking at? What are you looking?
Wasn't great for my hunger, but I did buy some food yesterday. I have the power of egg at my side. See if I can get some trash can Batman activity before the morning officially triggers here. Don't have any, like, breadcrumbs as to where to go or what to do next yet. That's fair. Oh, more peanuts. Man. Fucking embarrassment of riches out here today. I should save. So I actually don't know when the bandits despawn for the day. Well, it looks like there's one. This guy can immediately turn around and stab me. He's in mid-loot animation. I think he finished looting though. Fuck. Yeah, it's too much damage to accept. Try that again. I ain't even getting that many reloads since there aren't plague clouds yet. That's when it gets mean. Hey, living the dream. All right, and I get his organs, which I can do something with eventually, and he didn't finish looting that guy. So I'll pretend like, oh no, I got here too late. Shoot. Darn it. If only I got here slightly sooner, I could have saved you. Bandage man. If things are matched what happened in day 2 for the Bachelor, prices in shop should be skyrocketing today. I don't know if that starts right at midnight or when the day proper progresses, but I'm going to see if I can make it to a food shop. Some of the resources I just got from that bandit man. Oh, there's another one. All right. Hey. All right. Living the dream over here. You finished looting this guy? He did, but I still get to get his organs, I guess. Haruspex is kind of a creepy dude, isn't he? Even though he's much nicer than the Bachelor. At least he's not out here in these streets verbally abusing people. Hey! Nicole. Haruspex the Ripper. That went really well. I'm very happy with that. Maybe there will be an open food shop and I can get there before things get bad today. There's one up through this way. This is the power of Trash Can Batman. Fortunately, none of them dropped their daggers. I think the durability on my knife is really bad right now, so it takes a ton of attacks to kill those dudes. All right. Do we have insanely inflated prices today? Yet. Yes. Wow. Okay, well, I have some food, so I'll try to rely on the food I already have. That happens right away. Oh, shit. This is how real knife fights work, by the way. All right, new knife and a lockpick. Dude. Well, I'll be able to buy stuff if I need to. Probably should have slept for slightly less time so that I could try to buy some more food before prices went nuts, but oh well. Should be okay, I think. Time was it? 6:16. Okay, I have no idea. Usually, as the Bachelor in the late playthrough before, I could always kind of just like head to. Oh shit! You already aggro somebody else? Oh good. Glad you did. I could go to the Inquisitor. I guess I could go talk to Big Vlad maybe. The dream. These days, I'll figure out what I can do with all these organs. I guess I could go talk to the Hunchback guy. Best thing about organs is that they stack in my inventory. So you can go try to do this mime performance. Pass time, if nothing else. Immunity, hunger, exhaustion, health. Okay. Another one of these jerks. Wonder how much reputation you get for killing a single bandit. Wish I could force the thrust attack. It's much better, much faster. Okay, that went great. Big fan. Very pleased with that. So I wonder if I could have just done all the evil things in day one and then just made up the resources in, this guy's coming around the corner, okay. Made up the resource, the reputation by fighting these dudes, you know? There a time some villager came to help me, but no, that was Yakuza. That was a different game. Yeah. Man, crushing it right now. Apparently I have pathologic muscle memory.
Today, the killer was identified.
Bring it up a bit, it's hard to hear.
Turned out to be completely unexpected.
The enemy is found and named. It's called the Sand Pest. The contagious plague is threatening to ruin everything here.
How can a killer like this be punished? How can a villain like this be struck?
He can't. It's impossible. By pulling a knife on it, you'll just cut an innocent body.
I think I should go. Nothing to be done here anyway.
You should go. Go then. Wherever you please. Shoo!
We get to hear more of the Bachelor now in the plays. Graphics, well, kind of. These are all like pre-recorded and saved as video files, so they have really bad compression artifacting compared to the game. I have a feeling that although lots of other things make more sense now, the theater performances are still going to be bizarre. Infected, died, gone missing. What's up, Mark Hamill?
The wisest of men may be so...
Making sure you're alive and well. Haruspex, under any circumstances, gains more than he loses for the first and the last time. Well, that's not good. That sounds bad. So I don't have a quest or a letter, do I? Time did that trigger? Was that at like 7? Okay. I presently have no breadcrumbs, so I guess I'm going to try talking to Big Vlad. Since theoretically that's my main base of operations instead of the Stillwater. Which I appreciate being in the center of town this time. Before I had to go way out of my way, which is annoying. Oh, that was a rat. I'm like, please don't let me have to deal with rats already. Hey, dude, you got anything for me?
Yes.
Good news and bad for you. Predominantly bad. Let's start with the good news. You may come into your inheritance. No one will dare get in your way. There's no proof of your wrongdoing. You may take the keys from Alexander Saburov. Can't imagine how they got into his hands, but never mind. That's the good news. Who's Alexander? Not the only one to bear the burden of authority in this town. The power is divided among 3 families, the Olgimskys, the Kanes, and the Saburovs. The Saburovs are mostly in charge of, shall I say, the executive power. As the guy that looks like Christopher Walken. Spoken to Saburov about your case. He's furious. He's set on destroying you. What have I done to make him so angry? It's not him, but his wife, Katerina. She's a mistress with a capital M, which we learned a bit about more in the Bachelor playthrough. She had a vision of you bringing some horrific bloodshed to pass. That is the price of your ascension to glory, according to her. Is that so? I had no plans for mass bloodshed. Alexander trusts his wife more than he ever trusts me. Is your name enough to hold him back? News of Simon's death, the rumors of an epidemic are stirring our small town. The people are scared. Alexander's demanding emergency powers, and if he gets what he's asking for, he won't be able to help you. What do we do? Arrange for a hideout to be prepared just in case. You'll be able to lay low and continue your work. The place isn't comfortable, but it's reliable. What kind of place? Talk to Vlad Jr. Yeah. This Bachelor is in charge of everything around here at the moment. He's digging dirt on us. He's smart. Better get on his good side. He'll keep digging and he'll be successful. He may give you some clues. Thank you, Boss Vlad. Talk to Alexander and his wife. I will. Ah. Okay. And Vlad Jr. I guess I'll go do Vlad Jr. first, because I think he's slightly closer. Alright, I do have a decent amount of garbage for trading today, which I'm quite excited about. Two utterly shitty weapons, and one 100% durability weapon. I don't remember if the prices in the shop... I know that they become slightly more reasonable once the Inquisitor gets here. But I don't remember if they just stay at an all-time high on day 2 and don't decrease in any way, you know? Take the bandages only because they're worth more money. We've got Garbage Park. Greatest place in town. Come on, give me some needles. Oh, I'll take a ring. Am I already running out of inventory space? Gold ring. Beautiful. I hope if they keep this trash can thing in Pathologic 2 that it's like very clearly conveyed that's what you need to do to play the game. There was at least some dialogue here in the Haruspex route where somebody mentioned like, hey, you should, you know, rifle around in trash cans and trade shit with children because they have tons of guns and ammo. For reasons that turn out are not arbitrary.
Prices are rising with every hour.
What a shelter for
We'll
you.
see how the story ends.
Nice to hear that. Mustn't think we were shutting the door on you. We're always happy to accommodate you at our place. What kind of shelter is it? Your father's secret laboratory. The place is modest but well hidden from prying eyes. Not sure what you're planning to do there. Exactly what I need. Spoken to Dankovsky. He's taking a lot of interest in your affairs. Cares about you personally. Drop me a hint. You may need your father's potion brewing apparatus. It's there. The same device my father used. We remember the extraordinary properties of the herb called twyre. This is the thing that makes alcohol, right? You smell the spiciness in the air? Twyre is rare, but using this device, a skilled person could... Well, you'll get the hang of it soon enough. People know about this place, right? This guy says, a lot. Didn't say that a lot to, the Bachelor, to my recollection. Please show me where it is. Factory building number 4. Okay. Did that count as a side quest? No. Do you have anything else for me?
I am crushed by these.
Where can I obtain twyre? The year is bountiful. A professional gatherer can spend a day just to find 5 or 6 blades. There are professional gatherers, then. I find them. Is this like a new mechanic for the Haruspex, or could I have done this as the Bachelor? Ones in the stone yard and in the step behind the station are better at hiding. It'd be better for you to seek out the ones by the gates. What are the gates of sorrow? Between the gates and the cemetery. Oh, it did mark the map with that, thank God. Shepherds, worms, Bachelor Dankovsky. Okay. That's cool. I guess I'll just loop around. Oh, and there's more down here in the swamp. Okay. Let's go this way since it's closest to me for now. I don't think I have a storage yet, right? Because whatever I'm gathering, I guess I got some inventory spots back by using, or I got a inventory spot back by using empty bottles on water. Came down here exactly one time as the Bachelor, and it was bad news. But I like that it seems that this playthrough kind of pushes the Haruspex to the outskirts of town, that you have almost no reason to visit as the Bachelor. It's neat. These guys. What's up, bud? Feel the smell of blood. You have with you the blood of a person who's not with you, right? How much blood do you need? The earth needs it. Take it. What did that do? Gather herbs, brown twyre, rusty twyre, black twyre, and bloody twyre. Give me some herbs, worm. Oh, I guess I had to... Oh, he trades. Okay. Bloody twyre, brown twyre. So this is what the organs are for, I guess, right? Interesting. Just, you know, trading organs for plants, it's completely normal, not at all weird thing to do. Oh, I should be careful because of inventory space, huh? I guess I have no idea what these are actually for, so maybe I should wait until I know what their purpose is, or until I get storage somewhere. I guess maybe the point is that I've unlocked him as a vendor. Is anyone in town buy twyre? It's a den where people drink twyre, liquid twyrene. To kill him. He's very strong. No soldier by trade, but a mighty fighter still. He builds houses. Sisters you speak of. Herb brides dance to please him. We'll see. Okay. Alright, so I'll remember that I can trade organs for plants with that guy, but I have no idea why I would want to, and I don't have the inventory space to spare at the moment, so... Raker, do you know if there's a safe place that I can store stuff? I think for the Bachelor it was just inside the house. Maybe do I get like a storage thing in the factory or something? Seems extremely important that I murder as many bandits in the evening as possible now. Like, They're already worth quite a bit in the form of just the money that they dropped, but... So go talk to the Bachelor because he's on the left side there. Okay, thanks. I'm nervous about storing it in a container that isn't guaranteed to hold stuff forever, you know? So I could just throw it in a random trash can, but I'm worried that those just get randomly depleted. Hey, man. Hey, bandage. We're doing on hunger. Middling. Maybe I can still use the place in the still water by the Bachelor's bed. There's storage in the factory building. Okay, thank you. Good to know. I cannot use his.
I'm tired. I've had enough.
You come into your father's inheritance yet? Not yet. Oh.
During an outbreak.
What's it to you? It's likely to contain valuable information. Skeptical to those prehistoric practices. These days anything can be of help. It might. Studying the records of the first outbreak. If a tenth of those accounts is true, catastrophe is upon us. What is the first outbreak? Stanislav Rubin, one of your father's apprentices, told me an outbreak of a mysterious disease had already happened once in the town. The disease spread through one of the poorest districts back then and was only miraculously contained. Let me see. Saburov, the person that was supposed to pass the inheritance to you, appears to be a ruthless and obsessed zealot. He regards you as an enemy. I'm beginning to like you. We're just going to call that onion. The only evidence against you is Alexander has is his wife's dream. Hurry up and get your inheritance. Don't be afraid of Saburov. On my way. I will, sure. He's the kind of person that's like, he like doesn't even realize that he's kind of a dick. Like he tries to be cordial. It's weird having the more ambient soundtrack that's not constantly playing the, like, you're in the middle of plague music. Trash cans have not been super helpful to me today in terms of giving me anything other than water bottles. Freezers. Good night, Raker. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate your help. See ya. Kid's not going to come out when it's raining. Desperately need to trade sharp objects to children for ammo and drugs. All I've seen are useless adults. Good night, Kaihan. Sleep well. Thanks for watching whatever this is. The man walks around slowly and digs through trash cans. Hey, you got any bandages? Nah, he doesn't have anything. Bandages. Yes, nice. It says to talk to both of them.
The wheel of my fortune.
Man that will make a great sacrifice and spill rivers of blood.
Dream.
Are you clairvoyant?
I don't think you have killed him.
Where's that idiot girl? Where's the morphine? Why are you afraid of me? There was a prophecy. You're bound to drown our town in blood. The wording is precise. Why would I make a bloody sacrifice? To ascend and take your due place. I don't want that. I'm leaving.
I'm afraid.
Go
I'm
away,
of
Ripper.
little use now.
Look, I want to avoid this as well. Tell me what to be cautious of. You keep hinting. Why can't you say it straight? That would mean mutilating the reality. Haziness defines shapes. Mistress cannot lie. Okay, I believe you. Whatever. Guess we never got concrete evidence that the mistresses are actually important. They're just all very weird.
It's untimely. Why now, when I have to resign myself to
Who let
waiting
you
for
in
the deal
here?
to come through?
The door was open.
They say hitting hard is a good enough start.
What will you do? Explain yourself. I know you're a killer, one of the worst killers anyone in the town has ever seen. You are charged with premeditated murder. You have no proof. For Simon's death and the sudden threat of an epidemic, only they let me off the leash. Your patron won't be able to veto my decisions. I'm starting to like him. To make use of what little time I have left. You kill a single living soul and you're a dead man, dead on the spot. I'll distribute weapons to the townsfolk so they can shoot you. To take possession of my father's inheritance. It's only out of respect for the Bachelor. He is for some reason absolutely sure of your innocence. That's understandable. He's an outsider after all. But it's only out of respect for him that I will hand you the inheritance. Be watching every step you make. Don't even think about absconding. Be my guest. The affairs of the deceased were conducted by one Aspity. She lives nearby. Her den is in the crude sprawl. You have to make do without a guide and find the way to her house on your own. Don't leave town. Your culpability is all but proven. We'll see. Well, about to get a bunch of items. I feel like I should stop at the storage to deposit things. Do that real quick. I feel like inventory space juggling is going to be tricky if I have to like manage having 4 slots devoted to organs and then potentially trading some but not all of those organs for different kinds of herbs. I don't know what those are going to do yet, but you mentioned something about people buying the alcohol, so maybe it's like an income stream for the Haruspex. I was hoping I was going to be able to trade organs for food, but no dice, it seems. Hey, it's a kid. One of the less useful kids, but a kid. We got shotgun shells and a lockpick. If I trade this, that'll free up an inventory slot. Definitely need more needles, though. Uh-oh. Hold on, my monitor just died. Okay, it's back. Somebody see a shop, I might pop in to see how much a lockpick sells for. I'm not sure. Talk to this guy first, just in case going into the shop despawns him. Let's not have any bandages. How much do you pay for lockpicks? Well, they pay more than they pay for a gold ring, but still not great, unfortunately. So that might not be the best use of gold rings in the future. I'll try to keep that in mind. You a different guy? Yes, he is. Beautiful. Guess that means a lockpick I can trade for like half a food item. Ooh. I guess I could use it to break into a house, but... my main monitor keeps cutting out. I might need to pause for a second to figure out what's wrong. If it happens again, I will. Looks like it's still coming through to stream okay. Did trade that successfully, right? An easy, fast way inside of the factory area before I go talk to Aspity. Yes, that's not an actual wall. Good to know. Wasn't sure if that dude was going to attack me. They sometimes do. Right? Alright. Embarrassment of riches once again. I don't think I ever came here on The Bachelor. I know he had another building not far from here that we went to several times, but I don't know about this specific building. That little Vlad? Oops.
I wonder who else she has an eye to.
This is where my father used to work. Only been here once. Oh, is this like a special mixing thing that he gets? Mix liver with kidney. Go. Oh, is this... my storage here. Okay, thank goodness. So, kerosene, I guess. And it says used for refilling the lamp, which is something that I never did on the Bachelor. Be careful how much of this I deposit in case I run into the necessary children, you know. I guess I could deposit all the organs for now and come back for them later when I know what I want to do with the plants, right? Maybe on the logic that I know where I can go to trade for organs. I don't need to just have them on me for randomly running into kids. What is this bulky device? It's the still. Herbs are turned into essences. Doesn't look like lab equipment. Twyre doesn't discriminate. Peculiar thing to say. Sure.
I wonder who else.
What is that thing on the table? How do I use it? Put an infected organ into one of its parts and then pour one of the precious twyrine brews into the other. You get something called a gruel. Where's the microscope? Thank you. Now I feel like a truly rich heir. I used to play a role-play heavy Korean MMO called Nexus, where in order to play as one of the subclasses of the 4 main classes, you had to like apply and prove that you deserved access to all of the mechanics of those classes through role-playing. And one of them was Diviner, which was heavy on like the Haruspex, like, you know, reading prophecies and fortunes from entrails thing. I don't know how heavy this game's going to be on it. It seems like you're more like a healer that does weird shit with swamp drugs. Nope. Oh, wait. It's the wrong part of the house. It gets up and around. Aspity kind of sucked on the Bachelor. Oops. Yo.
What?
The eldest of my kin now. Who are the Menku? Those who know the lines of the body and the right to make cuts. Must know how to disjoint joints in a way that pleases Earth. True, I know of such things.
Changeling has forced the Olgimskys to stop the requisition.
Manage to preserve your inheritance.
Strong.
Yeah, my gratitude. By a miracle, why? It was almost taken from me, the orders of those who are in power. They managed to snatch some papers I missed. You would have received an empty box and a pocket full of debts, but today the box is heavy. Did you get the key? Yes. Hope you managed to sort it out. I can smell twyre or twyrine infusions. If I'm correct, your inheritance is priceless. The infusions come with the recipes, can also become our salvation. So the infusions are priceless? Why? They're made of herbs, of course. When infused and brewed correctly, almost anything can be extracted from twyre. It's the most popular drug. Tell me about yourself. I'm an evil spirit. That's my origin. My name is Aspity. I'm quite harmless. You joking? Sometimes. Can I trust you? I think she's one of my bound, Aspity. Yes, I completed the Bachelor route. You can find that on my YouTube channel if you click the games link below. There's a YouTube playlist link for it if you're interested. Ooh, money. Rand. Interesting. Bunch of different kinds of plants. Just barely have room for. Herbal recipes. Glad I deposited stuff before coming here. I got the best ending, or the secret ending, or whatever you want to call it, with the truth about the powers that be and the discussion with the, I guess, developers, if you want to call it, in the theater. Try to deposit this stuff real quick. 2 stems of black twyre, 1 stem of brown twyre, 32 to a mere 3. 1 stem of black, 1 stem of brown, wrapped with 1 stem of swevery. Give me just enough, basically. Okay, I'll go back to my lab then. Probably had an easier way to exit this area next to Aspity's house. Oh well. Maybe I'll run into some kids so I can trade for ammo and drugs. Wonder if I'm allowed to experiment for the herbal recipes or if I have to find the thing. So we'll find out. Base of operations is a little annoying compared to... I guess it's a little bit better than the Bachelors, because this is all the way on the western side of town where, like, basically nothing else is. So at least this is kind of in the middle. Is there a water guy? It's probably remain empty, I would guess. Howdy ho. Alright. Wonderful. Wait. Oh no, I'm thinking of this one down here. Oh shit. Okay, falling damage is a thing. Oops. I don't think that ever came up. I never happened to exactly jump off of a hill like that on The Bachelor. Oof. I think that actually hit me pretty hard. Kind of sucks. Alright, so let's see. We got, let me deposit this, I guess. I don't know what that brand is for at all. I should write these down in my Pathologic text file. 1 second. Time's moving on this inventory screen. Oof. 2 black, 1 brown, 32 to 3, and 1 black, 1 brown, 1 swevery. Oh, it looks like it's frozen if I'm in a container, though. Okay, I'll keep that in mind in case it matters. So we got... Oh, maybe I need to have it on me. The recipe, I mean. So that potentially answers my question, then. No? Ah. Maybe I need to, like, unlock the ability to use it or something? My quest say. Time to depart. Assault with the Bachelor. Okay, I'm gonna do that first, I guess. Moo. So, I guess I want to try to walk around in town as much as humanly possible because I want to try to spawn children for trading. So I might try to avoid this path in the future since NPCs can't spawn on it. Even if this is more direct. At least I assume NPCs can't spawn on it. I don't think I've ever run into any. Hey! Yo, what you got for me? Drugs, ammo. I'm gonna save my needles. What time is it? Almost noon. Garbage Park, which may have restocked. Hey kid, what you got for me? This kid likes peanuts and weapons. I don't know which of these sells for more. You can just buy both. Thanks, kid. Let's barter, lad. Oh yeah, drugs. Love to see it. Okay, so 1. He will give full price for a durability sunk blade, so we'll try to do those then. This one 0%. Right? Oh yeah. Oh, I should have done that first, because now I'm going to be in the hole a little bit on trading. All right. Well, keep it in mind for the next one I run into, I guess. Thank you, kid. Children are the best drug dealers by far. This is different kid, I think. No, same kid from before. That's fine. Shall we barter? I guess the stuff in the park hasn't respawned yet. Got any bandages for me, dude? Nope. Can hear hints of where the music's going to be. Ooh, it's Schmouder Girl. I'm worried about this. I think I probably should have held on to those gold rings. If she has one, I don't know that I'm going to be able to trade with her for it. Come on, Schmouder. Nope, alpha tablets. She pays 1 for peanuts. Okay. If I recall correctly, I think Schmouders were 10. So that'll be like my 0 balance that I want to maintain. Needles and peanuts. I'm not really impressed by alpha tablets, to be honest. They don't sell for very much to the shops. So they probably sell for more than the materials you're trading for, but... Drugs. Oh boy. Yeah, I'll dump the razor. Its only real purpose is to trade with that kid. Gives me an extra slot under other for now. I hope I didn't need to bring the recipes with me, that just having them is enough. That would be annoying.
I'm tired.
I did. You may. Isidor relied on natural agents. He abstracted the working components from them somehow. He used those agents to obtain serum from blood. Do you have a plan? Thought there would be more. Try to figure out how those formulas work. There might be some use to us. Being supported by the Olgimskys. Father's too busy now. The son seems to be a reasonable young man. Ask him if there's any equipment in the town that could be used to make these mixtures. Yeah, I really feel like the Haruspex playthrough just, it makes more sense, or it follows more. But I think you should play it second, and maybe it only makes more sense because I've played, 30 hours of the Bachelor playthrough. And so now I know what to pay attention to, but having the Bachelor as like an authority, instead of you playing as the authority and having no idea what the fuck to do, right? Does indeed know where we can get one. Okay. Need the distilling equipment and some
From now
twyre.
on, everyone will have to stay in. That's for sure.
What are you working on? I'm looking for the source of the outbreak. I need hard evidence. Go to my father's house in the Skinners. I've been there. It's infected. Happy to help you. Oh, Sticky was just like hanging out there for no reason. Creepily. Okay, so I have no side quests today, which is extremely alarming. I guess I have a bunch of side locations that I haven't really visited. I could try to do a better job of popping by all of those. Maybe it's all stuff to do with the worm guys. I might just try to pop over and make this stuff for the quest here, right? That's what it says. Then I'll probably grab all my organs and try to trade all of them for twyre. So I'm conserving as much inventory space as possible. Strouder? I got a letter. Let's barter. Nope. She has morphine, but I don't want to part with the stuff that I could use for schmauters. Letter. Ruben's threat. The Olgimskys are covering for you. They need you. They never tell me where you're hiding. I need formulas or money. You're not going to escape. Ruben. It's interesting. They did warn me that Ruben, like, fucking hates me and wants to kill me. Oops. Sorry. What's up, kid? Yeah, that's the ticket. Let's trade him the 0 durability knife and 1 razor. We can get all 3 of those. Fuck yeah. Stonks. Not enough water yet. Okay. Garbage Park hasn't restocked yet, it seems like. Hold on to my stuff for that kid. Hope this isn't having me go back and forth between the distillery and the factory and to the Bachelor, because it's a really long walk. It's a lot of time lost every time I have to go there. You don't got shit, kid. I think that guy can repair things, but he like charges an arm and a leg for it, so it's super not worth it. That letter didn't give me a side quest, right? Okay. I know I said I was going to try to stay in the city limits to spawn people, but I don't really have a lot of tradables at the moment. I guess I could try going back through the city on the right side to try to get more garbage from trash cans. But careful jumping on this thing, apparently. Alright, well, just let me do the thing now, hopefully. I still can't pick things. It's really weird. I have to Google this. I thought maybe I would just have to go turn in the quest to do it, but... Hold on 1 second. Haruspex can't mix things. Pathologic. Says mix the herbs. How do I do that? Is there like a different... Oh, maybe I have to work with this thing first. Ah, okay. I was looking at the wrong device the whole time. Alright. 2 black, 1 brown. Myrene extract. Okay. Then I don't think I can make the other one because I was 1 black, 1 brown. Which means I'm going to have to go trade with the worm people, so I'll go do that now, I guess. Oops, not load. Save. There's one east of me, beyond the cemetery. Yeah, go to that one. Hunger. That'll do. Hey, this is that area that I had to reload a billion times because there were a bunch of, like, soldiers lining up to execute somebody. And I needed to, like, roll critical hits on them repeatedly. Is that herb bride thing? That shit was really weird. You get like a brief hint of it in the Bachelor playthrough. Sup? How much blood do you need? Okay, so he sells everything that I need here. So I probably don't want to spend all of them just in case. Okay, there's a total of 3 places I can go to. So maybe 4 each and then save whatever's left over. Black. Oh wow, it really is more expensive than I was thinking, huh? Also takes food at a much better rate, but I can't afford that at all. So I could do different organs for different... I think black is the most expensive. It's the most... 12. I'm short 1. I want to try to trade in such a way that I am not short on anything here. I know that that's going to be possible. Okay. Traded more to him than I was thinking I was going to do. Dancer girl, I know your smell. You smell of autumn soil. Anyone in the town by twyre? That's so, yeah, we talked to that guy, the guy that gives away their secrets. I wish you a good harvest. You could try to make the other thing then, I guess. Find a way back in here. I have to, like, do something silly to get back inside. I need to get some dynamite to blow up a hole in this fence. So the other one was 1 black, 1 brown, 1 Severy. It's white whip. But I got a Severy. There it is. Looks like it's a rarer one, maybe. Black, brown, boost immunity 52%. %, 52%. Okay, I see. Of those for now. I guess there's no reason for me to be walking around with herbs, I think. So I always use them to mix stuff here. Hey, picked up a random bracelet. That's always nice to see. So just want me to go back. still have no side quests today, which is really, really, really alarming. I might look up where the breadcrumbs are for the side quests. Although it's possible the Bachelor is going to give me a hint here. I've talked to... Let's see, for the markers, I've been here, obviously. Talked to him. Been to Aspity. Talked to Katerina. I've talked to these two worms. I guess I haven't even talked to the third worm, but I kind of get the sense they're just 3 separate vendors. I guess we can try to test that theory. Don't think the trash cans have restocked for the day yet. Yo, kid. What's up? Might want that. Guess I could potentially buy everything from him by doing this. I don't think I need the watches for anything else, so I may as well. Gonna try to use that to recover health as much as possible whenever I have to rest. So I'm doing 2 things at the same time, and then sell all the bandages I get for money. I'm doing pretty good on money right now. Yeah. Stuff restocked, doesn't look like it. Check a couple more just in case. I'd be trading with these kids, but I haven't gotten any new garbage, unfortunately. That's too bad. I probably could have made the twyre because I visited the lab and I was like, oh, I can't make anything. It must be an event flag that I have to go talk to the Bachelor. I probably could have saved myself a whole trip if I realized I was looking at the wrong thing, you know? Don't have a Schmouder, actually. Okay, thank God. Can't afford one yet. Probably better that I just not know, but... Howdy, Erm. How you doing? You hear little hints of the later town music. It's going all right. I don't know if you can call a playthrough of this game a run. How's the walk going?
You look unhealthy.
And just get a sample. Have a look. Graphics.
The wretched wound has opened. The wretched wound has opened.
So what is it? Natural agent. Beginning to work on getting a sample of microbial culture from dead tissue. Used to fractionate blood. Why do it? That's how you make a simple serum. Don't be a dick, Bachelor. Extract the culture, inject it into a bull's or a horse's body, extract the beast's blood with the antibodies. Inject into a human body. Seems like this panacea is going to become crucial to my success. Consider me having everything we need. Study the recipes, make infusions, treat organ specimens with them. You should obtain something resembling antibiotics. Bring your samples here, we'll check their effects. Come back when you have the first sample, I'll start working on dead tissues. Trial and error? That's no way to make a panacea. Make a couple of infusions, treat several different organ specimens, study the effects. Aren't you supposed to be the expert? Alright. Whatever you say, dude. Oh, I guess I'm done for today on the main quest. Okay, so that's done. I might look up where the side quests are in a second. I guess I could quickly go talk to this worm guy down here, because I haven't done that yet. Just confirming I have no letters other than the one from Ruben threatening to kill me. Not in the Haruspex playthrough, now that I know how the game is structured and I've been able to use my time somewhat wisely. Doing okay on money and food and other resources for now. Although the first day seemed to indicate that the game was willing to fuck with you in terms of forcing you to trade one resource for another. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does more of that as we continue. Do I have enough water for this guy? I don't think I've found some in a while. Yo. It didn't anyway, but he didn't have anything, so it's fine. So I don't know if I'm allowed to just, like, literally cross the river down here. I guess I can try and see what happens. Doing on time right now. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. It's not so bad. Peanuts, man, it just... That's awesome. I'm very excited to be getting peanuts. What a day. Give me some herbs. Oh, he has the rarer ones, doesn't he? Okay, that is quite a bit rarer. Damn. May as well grab one. Maybe another white whip as well. Oh, I'm over trading, aren't I? Shit. It's only 15, I think. Cool. Thanks, dude. He didn't give me a quest, though, so I'm worried about quests. Let's go talk to the one in the swamp one more time, and then I'll go look it up. Going the right way? Yeah, okay. Who doesn't love swamp water? Oh, there's 2 of them now. Okay. Howdy. Do me a favor, I'll pay you back in kind. What do you want? I'm a gatherer. I'm gonna say onion. It's oinon, but Known for my wisdom, the knowledge of herb conjunctions. My daughter's a bride who knows how to summon herbs from the earth. Sold my daughter at a good price. Sold her as a wife to a gatherer. He is a hero. He has dealt with the traitors, with the apostates. He has returned to the earth. Daughter didn't come to his house as a wife. What do you want from me? 3 young ones. She ran off for one of them. One is to the right across the gullet. One is to the left across the guzzle. Oh, is this the lady we saw in the cemetery? You are warden. You know the lines. Okay, I'll speak to her. Quest type. Give me some herbs, worm. Which is this? 14 teas. Shit is expensive. Feels like I need to have that in everything. That's probably why it's expensive. Herbsman Bride. There is little emotion involved, okay. Yeah, right. I guess they established that the disease is coming. Well, they established in the Bachelor playthrough that the disease is because they dug too greedily and too deep to build the foundations for the polyhedron, but maybe the facts of the game are different in the different playthroughs. I think that would be kind of interesting. It's interesting, you uncover that pretty clearly as the Bachelor, but it seems like the Bachelor's intended ending is the one where you wipe out the town and preserve the polyhedron, which I guess is maybe saying something about the value that outsiders find in the town versus the value that locals find. Really hope the trash cans start restocking soon. I wish I understood the mechanics around that. I think we've had some Pathologic veterans in chat who don't know. 80% sure that they do restock throughout the day at least one time. I think I've revisited a trash can that I visited in the morning and been able to get something else from it, but Pathologic, the game that's fundamentally about... Oh, did I just get a letter? Nice. Oh, shit, I can just find these herbs myself? Dude, okay, maybe I should just try to do that then. Andrey's invitation, one of the few known to have survived the massacre. Come to the riverside, let's talk. Andrey Stamatin. Okay. I'll do that after this then, I guess. So where can I find other herbs that I can just pick up? Are they just out in the open like this? I was about to say before I picked up that herb that this game is the essence of going to an arcade and not having any money and having to look in all of the coin return slots for an extra quarter. That was definitely my childhood. This one looks taller. Nice, okay, so I can gather my own herbs, and I should have been doing that the whole time, instead of trading organs for them. I guess why not both? I don't have any other use for the organs as far as I can tell. It's the key to just look for unusually tall herbs, basically. And there's one back there. I'm gonna grab it real quick. That's bloody, I think. Hey, lady. Come to talk to you. You're son of my father. Don't rip me away from my sweetheart. Tell father you couldn't find me. I'll shower you with herbs for that. I'll give you many different ones. I know how to lure them. Do you know how to brew them? Oh, interesting. So I'll get a recipe from her dad, or I'll get herbs from her. Read the lines of your fortune. You have to follow them. I guess I'll try this. How he will repay me for my verdict. Pick that solely on the idea that I can always stay up late and kill bandits for organs to get herbs if she was going to trade me herbs, but I don't know how I go about getting recipes. I also don't know if I physically need a recipe in order to make the thing, or if I'm allowed to, like, experiment and make my own. Or uncover the recipes through experimentation, I should say. Right, one of those guys. Get a map marker. This is where the meeting will take place. Okay, I'll go do that really quick, and then I'll turn in the side quest. How are we doing on exhaustion? Not great. I might eat some coffee beans, but I think that gives me problems with other bars, so we'll see. So I'll try to hold out and complete as many side quests as possible. If I could just sleep for 5 hours and try to time it so that then it's evening and I can spend all night murdering bandits, that would be great. Empty bottle required. Don't have any new water bottles for that guy. Not even gonna bother talking to him. Never actually see any of the dogs. Shoot, I'm on the wrong side of this. I think I can fit through this fence, yeah. Is this the secret place they were talking about? Still can't get in there, okay. Thought I'd check. I don't have anything to trade with these kids right now. I haven't been finding garbage for a while, unfortunately. Okay. Does he have a restock on coffee beans every day? Okay, they're quite a bit more expensive now. I should probably buy the gold ring for trading. Although it's, I don't know if that's worth the trade, actually. The fish hook almost certainly is. Oh, it's not in stock. Okay, well, never mind then. Like, 3 coffees probably enough to sit on for now. I'll get it up to 5, why not? Peter and Andrey. Sup?
This changeling is absolving villains and criminals. We'll get along just fine.
Are you a soldier or an inquisitor? I'm an architect. Nice to meet you.
How's my brother? Any news on him?
I just don't. It's so strange that they made the Barks play from any point in the playthrough instead of it being day specific. It feels like a bug. So the prices have shot up. A great time for profiteering. Having seed money can make you a millionaire. How? I have money, tons of it. 4,000 in local currency. I need brown twyre. 10 blades. Preferably named. Did you buy it yourself? I have a quarrel with the worms. My dark game has been revealed. Oh yeah, this is the one they said that I should kill for them. What's in it for me? Will buy goods and resell them for 3 times as much at a certain shop. Good resources. What shop? By evening. Does that mean the shops are paying more for things too? I guess I could try to do that. Okay. 10 stalks of brown twyre. That's... I don't think I can afford that. Maybe if I had spent all of my my organs on it, I could have. If they're paying more for things, though, I guess I haven't sold any of my drugs today. I still have a bunch of morphine from children and bandages. Well, at least I have a quest now. I think I deposited all my brown twyre, rather. I have 2. I need 8 more. Okay. I don't like walking around with a full inventory because I think it prevents me from picking stuff up, so probably gonna go try to deposit this, everything but the brown, pick up the brown that I have in my bank, and then also go turn in this quest down here if I can. I don't know if I have a time limit on this quest. Maybe I can sleep for a little bit. Because if I wait until it gets dark out, then I can try to murder some more bandits for organs. Should not have a schmouder. Still can't afford it though. I know, right? The children possess all of the most important items. It's almost like that's part of the theme of the game or something. She doesn't have one either. I get kind of stressed every time. How much morphine do I have? 9. Very nice. Hey, more trash. Wait, no! Sadness. Try to remember that that's there, I guess. I can see what this kid's trading, maybe. Get up to it. Or I'd waste part of the trade, at least. This has got to be like a 1% chance. I saw it like one time before. Alright, since I can't get any more garbage, I think I'm going to go back to my base. I'm going to pick up as much brown twyre as I can. I'm going to rest to move the clock forward. Hopefully so I can start killing some bandits. I think I have until midnight to do side quests. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. If I wanted to rest, it would be for at least 5 hours so that the morphine can take its full effect, so maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know what time bandits start spawning either. And I have no idea if I can get enough of this brown twyre because of the complete lack of organs that I have right now. If I hadn't been buying random herbs, I probably would have been in a better situation. Oh, I should turn on the other quest. Shit. Well, I'm gonna have to go back there to trade for his herbs anyway, so I'll wait. Should probably finish dumping the rest of these herbs anyway, or organs anyway. Start looking for herbs. At least they stand out decently well. It would be frustrating, but also like correct from a game design perspective if they can only spawn out in the wilderness where there's no reason to be there, right? That would be kind of mean to do, but that's just a tall person. Okay. Give you a reason for wasting your time out there, I guess. Okay, deposit the ones I'm definitely not using here. I guess I already have 5 browns. Maybe I can get pretty close with... I could trade some food. I feel like that's a really bad idea, but I could do it. I want to rest a little bit while we're here. Maybe just enough to not die of exhaustion. Right. Yeah, I think this game is at its best when it's emphasizing opportunity cost in that way. I'm kind of sad that, like, nothing that's happened today has affected my reputation at all, because I think the beginning of this playthrough, where I started with 0 rep and, like, had to carefully manage it, was, like, a height of everything I've done in Pathologic so far. It felt very intentional and laid out in a cool way. But it might just be that after doing the day 1 quests, now I'm just at max reputation and it's not something I have to think about anymore. Alright, so I'm gonna go turn in this Herb Bride quest or whatever, and then see how many browns I can buy just by dumping all of my organs. Hopefully the trash cans have restocked. That would be really nice. So I could also try to hunt down some for myself before I go to the swamp. Here's something. That's the kind I need. Cool. Saves me like 12 organ currency. Whatever you want to call that. I got the rare one, that's nice. Oh, I have no idea if walking at an angle is faster. Visible wall, got it. Is like the perfect mixture for killing the compression algorithm on Twitch. Raining and grass. Game probably looks like absolute mud on stream. What's up, dude? Daughter will come back. She remembered her duty. Word and my word are kin. She says she'll come back, she'll be back. It's a lost secret. The apostate has run off with it. A non-secret. It's a new recipe. But he said he's gonna give me 2. Number 9. This is the damn recipe that started the trading of gatherer secrets. 2 stems of brown, add a stem of swevery, and a stem of white whip. Give me some herbs, worm. Brown. It's 12 each. Okay. Try to dump my remaining organs to get space back here. I can trade him. What does that get me up to? Fuck, I need 1 more. Damn it. I don't want to trade him any of my food, though. Might try to risk just finding one out in the open. Spending precious time, but... So this gives me a suspicion about how the Haruspex playthrough is going to work, that we're going to keep getting different, like, recipes, and that eventually one of those recipes is going to be the panacea, and I'm guessing the panacea is going to be a gigantic pain in the ass to make, that it's going to use, like, tons and tons of different herbs. When you're playing as the Bachelor, you kind of just get it from the Haruspex. It's like, here you go. Feels a little bit more on brand, though, for the game, compared to what you do in the Bachelor playthrough, where you make this, like, extremely shitty vaccine that does nothing. And just walk around failing constantly. That kind of seems to be his MO. Panacea is Latin for pain in the ass. Exactly. Oh, is this brown? Fuck yeah. Alright. And it's like I killed the exact correct number of bandits and then accidentally traded for the exact correct number of wrong herbs. Alright, let's get out of here then. Confirmed this quest shows complete. Just why did these worm people have... Okay, that's fine. Don't think about it. You know you've gone full pathologic when you have a side quest to go, like, retrieve the bride of one of those worm people. And you're like, okay. This is fine. Like I said, like, this game is basically 50 hours of the dog in the burning house. This is fine meme. Oh, I'm gonna get stuck on the wall. Shit. time is it? Okay. Might start getting bandits again here soon. Which seem like they're even more important for me to fight as the Haruspex than they were as the Bachelor. I'm starting to wonder if I want to try to like buy out the stock of twyre as much as I can every day in case my theory's correct. Hey kid, can't spare those things. I don't have enough water bottles for this guy yet, do I? Nope. No schmouters, no schmouters, no schmouters. I can't afford it right now. Oh, thank God. Okay. I'm 3 away, so if I pick up 3 more peanuts or a couple more needles, I probably never should have traded those gold rings. I think that was a mistake. Maybe she doesn't take them though. She might only be nuts and needles. I think this little girl takes bracelets and rings. Whatever, it's fine. Definitely in the wrong part of town at the moment, but I'm just kind of hoping that trash cans have restocked. Why would you go shirtless and wear a scarf? I don't have enough to trade with those kids. I probably just shouldn't bother. I think the trash cans have restocked. Shoot. I feel like I've seen more of the teensy girls in like a few hours of the beginning of the Haruspex playthrough than I saw in the entire last like 15 hours of the Bachelor playthrough. Because you have more chance to roll children when the districts aren't completely like taken over by plague, so. Because I think they only ever roll in healthy areas. Remember that really mean part of the game where they put a fire like right here that you had to like jump over to talk to the guy? What the fuck? I thought I was in a game over there because I didn't have a dialogue option with Peter Stamatin to tell him not to kill himself. And I only realized it like 2 hours of gameplay later, and I'm like, okay, do I want to load my save to try to fix this? Jesus. I think it's officially Bandits time. No, what's she doing here?
What?
Maria, right? You've simply forgotten. Headed for the architects. Man, they asked to gather rare herbs from them before they hit the road? Yes. What are you, an Odong? Did you manage to avoid the massacre? I thought you were all killed by the zealots 3 days ago. The rest were locked up in the Termitary. Come from a Menku family. The architects are planning to leave our town. I want them to stay. Tell Andrey you've managed to discover the secrets of old Isidor's brews. I was promised money for this, actually. I'll give you one of the recipes if Andrey demands proof. It costs a fortune. Prepared to go to great expenses for a deal like this. I'll also reimburse any lost profits to you. Huh. Is that like a competing objective? Brown twyre, plain as day. Okay.
This changeling is absolving villains and criminals. We'll get along just fine.
Got news for you, Builder. Found something in my father's inheritance. Planning to brew new types of twyrene. Very likely. It's worth staying then. At least we'll see if you manage anything.
There are fine things, old boy, which are more brilliant when
Oh, it is a
unfinished
choice.
than when finished too much.
Does that mean that I don't get the shop info?
I often feel like someone.
The architects are saying. This recipe is worth 5 years of your life. Isidor Barak is my father. 5,000! That's better than they were offering. 1 stem of brown, 2 stems of swevery, seal with a stem of white whip. Okay. Can I cheat? I'm curious if I can hear the location of the shop. I wonder if the shop actually just has better prices, like all the rumors about there being casino machines and Pokemon games that have better odds. So that's not a rumor, right? That's an actual mechanic. That's incredibly stupid.
This changeling is absolving villains and criminals.
Stay, there will be exploits to witness. It's in the stone yard. Skirt the crucible, walk towards the tombs, and you'll see an inconspicuous sign. Fine goods at exorbitant prices today.
Good. There's nothing to talk to.
You could buy twyre. How much? Let's trade. Okay, so he'll buy the herbs directly. And the shop is up here in the northwest corner near the polyhedron. Let's see if it lets me get away with it, because that would be fucked up. It's weird that those things are competitive. Like, I feel like I could still get the money from him and then be like, oh, also, you should stay here. Maybe that's something that's lost in the localization. Sounds like he's going to leave once he has his stuff, or you tell him if you stay, you'll get even more profit or something.
That's it.
I think I'm having.
The architects are staying. Barak is my father. 5,000. Alright, let's see if this shop is actually better. Then I don't know that there are any other quests. I guess these two are competing for each other. Why did she need an intermediary? I'm just gonna Google Pathologic side quests here while I'm walking. Side quests. I just want to know the count. I don't need to know any details about them. Side quests. Day 2. Herbsman's Bride, Brown Twyre, Plain as Day. Herbsman Bride, Brown Twyre, Plain as Day. Okay, I guess we're done for the day then, so I'm just going to try to fight some bandits. I'll see if I can sell some stuff to this shop. Haven't checked out these trash cans. I might just put this list in my text file. It doesn't have any spoilers, I don't think. I just want to know how many side quests there are each day so that I can kind of just play the game without being worried about missing stuff. Alright, just enough water. Day 3 has 3 side quests, it looks like. Okay. Maybe it's that the trash cans restock whenever a significant time of day advances, like when we switch to nighttime and all the children despawn. Do I have any water bottles for that guy? Haven't seen any bandits yet. Spooky noises. It's this shop up here, right? Yeah. Sounds like that's only for day 2, though. Just check the trash cans real quick. Hello. Holy shit, he does pay more. Lockpicks are usually $7.20. I guess I should hold on to one. Do I want to sell ammo? Probably. Such cheese. I don't think I can do actual arbitrage. Like, I don't think I can buy things from one shop and then come and sell them here. Well, that would be funny if you could. Actually paying a decent amount for tourniquets too. Actual morphine. Lasts for 10 hours. May as well sell everything now. I can always get it again later. Hopefully, because I don't know that for sure. It only pays 1 for a kidney. Don't you know what this shit is worth, dude? Gloves might be useful later. All right, cool. Change gloves regularly. How about that? We'll buy a needle off of them. I should go to these random side shops more because I could probably get needles for trading with kids. Might try to do that real quick while I look for bandits to murder and harvest their organs. I think that's only the clothing shops that have those. I'm not sure. See really quick. Ooh, you know, I'm interested now. When the infection gets kind of bad, like, people just start murdering each other in the street. And as the Bachelor, that's not very helpful because you can't loot them if someone else kills them. But I wonder if I can harvest organs from literally every dead person I bump into. That'd be kind of funny. Oh, I can actually make a profit. That would be such a dick thing to do. Buy out every store and resell all of it to that shop. It's only like plus 50 per item, but I'll keep it in mind. Money's money, I guess. I don't have a ton of time left in the day to do it, though. Maybe it has limitations that I'm unaware of. Six water. This game does make some comments that seem to suggest that it knows that you're probably safe scumming. Like, some of the more prophetic-oriented characters talk about it, but it's not super on the nose. There's also the whole thing where people talk like, oh, this disease has happened before, and it's like, Alright. Garbage Park have new shit in it? A little worried about inventory space if I do have to loot a corpse. It does, okay. That seems to lend credence, so maybe it's that stuff restocks at nighttime, which I think is at 8 o'clock game time, and probably at 6 a.m. I would guess, because that's when the kids come out. I don't think I want to buy any more food today because prices are at a high. Guess I can go review what the prices are just so I can compare them when the day turns over. Hey guy. Shit. I think those dudes can hurt me if they have bad timing. Ah, shit. That's what I was worried about. I gotta go back to my house and deposit some stuff and make room here. Shoot, shoot, shoot. So I deposited something in the trash can near Garbage Park. Okay. Shit. Right. Take one hit. Oh yeah, I can't harvest his organs at least. Let's go fight that guy real fast. I'm not able to pick up their razors at the moment, which is kind of a bummer. Hey, dude. Shit. Shit. Not great. I decide if I want to sleep now. I might. They do. It's really annoying. They usually have a cooldown between their swings, but if you attack them while they're looting a person, and sometimes they have the ability to do a thrust attack that's just instant, that triggers the moment that you that they finish another attack. So you can think you got your timing right, and they can still stab you. So I've gotten pretty decent at avoiding them for the most part, but sometimes it just feels like, it's going to get hit by that. There's nothing I can do about it. I think I'm going to go ahead and sleep for 5 hours here. I'll still have some time to murder bandits. Always mooing over here. I feel like I don't really want to experiment very much with herbs or use them unnecessarily in case my theory is correct that I need to make a ton of panacea with them, you know? Had trouble with the drug section in the past. Hunger's climbing up there. Yikes.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
Power of egg. Okay, I need to buy some food. I have money for it, but I was trying to avoid buying anything yesterday. Yeah. I think part of it is that their attack animation lasts a little bit longer than the actual swing, which is annoying. At least it feels like that's true, or maybe it's not. Any quests for today? No. No letters. Wait, I have a letter from last night. Isidor's diary. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The whole thing, I'm going to work through the diaries of my inheritance. Daughter of the Olgimsky family. She will inherit the earth. Casper Kane. Most definitely angry. The girl from the van. The freckled snooping boy. The chieftain of the Soul and a Halves. Daughter of the cemetery caretaker. M, whose brand is in the box. Used to write M's like that. It's funny. Neither of the 3 letters I wrote before has reached him. I need to talk to Simon. The copious tagler does not consist solely of the bound. Weird. Okay, so I'm gonna continue on my assumption that Big Vlad and the Bachelor are quest sources, so I might just go randomly talk to them every day just to see if I can luck out and get a quest early. That was pretty profitable on the Bachelor playthrough of just kind of talking to the usual suspects every day to see if they gave us a quest in advance. So I'll try to take advantage of that again if possible. I'm gonna go try to get my thing back from that trash can in the park, though I probably can't. I guess we'll see. Righty. Don't... Oh, shit. He killed him fast. I guess he hit him with the ranged attack. Not gonna be able to stop him from looting, I don't think. That attack is instant. You get a mid-looting, basically. Didn't get to that guy's loot, but I did get his organs, so... Oh, you know. I guess I didn't think about this before, but the whole powers that be revelation explained a lot about this game, but it didn't occur to me that it also explains the fact that it's always a baby crying or a child clapping and laughing when you get karma increases. I thought that was just arbitrary before, huh? That's cool. I guess it wasn't really a baby crying when you get bad karma. It's like a 6-year-old. It's whining. I need to pop my garbage part. I will go to the theater performance here in a second, though. So like I said, this whole game is just a elaborate make-believe game by a bunch of kids. Thing is actually really well established. You would think that would be like a amateur ass pull kind of a thing, but it is very well set up and reinforced throughout the game. And it does it in that particularly smart way where, like, you probably aren't going to anticipate that as a twist. Do a good job of making the powers that be out to be, like, a government or something. That thrust attack that he does is really fast. I'm not already backing up. There we go. Wonderful. All right, bandage. You'll love to see it. Okay, cool. I think I have enough needles now. Let's see. I think I have enough needles and peanuts to be able to get a schmouter if a little girl has one, so I'm going to consider that my 0 balance, basically. Did it despawn my items? It didn't! Thanks, game. I was really sure it was going to. How nice of them. Fuck, I'm about to get hit by that. I was able to dodge it. I think the thrust does more damage too. It's just a faster animation, so it's much safer to avoid taking damage myself. Clap away, kid. Probably gonna have to end up using some of these bandages. Right. Definitely how real life knife fights work, right? On the East Bank, I'm on the West Bank. Can I already trade with? No. Yes. What are food prices looking like today? Less terrible. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just stock up. That's fine. Still pretty high, but especially in relation to the first day, but I think stuff like bread goes from costing it costs like $75 on day 1 and it costs like $16.50 on day 2. Definitely modeling the toilet paper shortage pretty well. Okay. I think the main risk is if he does that thrust attack right as I'm moving toward him. There's basically nothing I can do about it. That attack's the easiest to respond to, the double swing. Alright. Give me your organs, dude. Organs equal weird swamp plants. The Haruspex has an entirely new gameplay loop in addition to arbitrage. Which is converting murder into drugs. I like that idea that I'm guessing maybe that's part of the whole thing, that because organs are so important to you that you are like going around and just killing innocents and giving up your reputation for it. I guess maybe the bandits are a little bit too easy. There's too many of them and they're not too hard to fight. That you don't feel like you have to go kill random civilians. But I guess I am willing to let the bandits kill the civilians so I can get their organs for free.
Rulers had to accept
Bring this up
something
again.
was wrong. The terrifying discoveries have convinced them. One of them managed to curb the family feud.
Bad news. The governor will abuse his power, and the rest won't let him get away with this. Nothing's changed.
The town was placed in quarantine. From now on, the infected districts will be locked down, and no one will be able to leave until the situation is resolved.
Well, it won't be. They won't figure it out.
Bring it back down now. It's just for whatever reason there's like positional audio on the theater performances, and it makes them like 10 times quieter than they usually are. That was interesting with the sandcastle again.
Our delusion.
Checking in on Mark Hamill, everything's fine. So I wonder what Mark Immortal's like deal is. He seems to be a direct agent of the powers that be. I don't know that he counts as like a doll like I am. I kind of get the sense that the theater performances are at the start of the day, the children are like make-believing what's going to happen that day, right? There probably were some lines that I didn't appreciate the significance of during the Bachelor playthrough where Mark Immortal says that he's an agent of the powers that be or some shit. None of this game made any sense until that reveal, and I was like, oh, it's kind of cool. Now it only kind of makes sense. It's still completely bizarre and strange. Try talking to Vlad, try talking to the Bachelor. I'm not gonna count on anything though. I haven't seen any... Oh, I might be out of muggers because it's 6 a.m. They might stick around until 7 a.m., but I'm not sure. I didn't get quite as many kills as I wanted to. Oh well. Bandage.
Who could have thought? So an outbreak is upon us?
Okay. Alright, nothing from Vlad yet. If he's even the person I have to quest with today, he might not be. I guess I will head towards the Bachelor. Maybe try to pick up some food if I pass by a food shop. I think I have to deal with infection today, if I remember the Bachelor playthrough correctly. I think it's day 3 that you get plague districts. I don't remember where they are, though. Need to do better about checking shops for needles and stuff. I'll try here. Needles, hooks, drapery. Get out of here. I guess it's cheap. I haven't found that those do anything at all, but I don't know. There was that quest as the Bachelor where you had to like go into a plague house and survive for 2 minutes. I think I had a drapery equipped for that. I don't know if it helped though. I think that's a mechanic that would benefit from being a little bit more video gamey, like to have like how much you're resisting a plague cloud appear on the screen when you come into contact with it, and have it like burn away your protective equipment or whatever, you know? All right, well, hey dude. Yeah, fuck. I don't know if fighting these guys on a hill is bad. I guess I should fight them on flat ground where I'm practiced. I got really unlucky there in a couple of those thrust attacks. You're welcome, powers that be. I think he killed somebody over here, so that's a free corpse. Hey. You'll love to see it. Or dead townsfolk. I could see a version of this game where the karma system is really well established, that daily quests are draining your karma all the time, your reputation or whatever. And like the Haruspex playthrough involves you having to sacrifice tons and tons of innocent people to get their organs to make panacea. But I think you can get away, maybe you can get away with just fighting the bandits. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Bachelor, buddy.
What?
I was happy at first it wasn't bubonic plague. I would have rather preferred it. You've been studying the disease, I gather? Are special people in the community the only ones who have the moral right to pierce others, even the dead, with tools? That's their right. There are a lot of people here who don't shy away from piercing others with knives in the street. Let me, a fully trained medic, dissect bodies. Its roots are religious in nature, or even mythological. I need tissues of a person who died of the sand plague. I need them today, right now. I've tried to get them at the cemetery, but failed miserably. Yeah, that did happen in day 3. I remember that. It took me to get you some. I'll reward you generously for that. Okay, cool. Sure, yeah. I think there are ways to do that.
Backward practices are these?
Panacea. Tell me how to extract the antibodies from tissue. They have to be there. If you're sure there are several general ways to get there. Serum is just a blood component. Experiment. It's not like human organisms can resist the disease at all. Mm-hmm. Right, and trying to present it like in universe That would be kind of cool, like a construction crew comes in and raises the building and you're like, what the fuck? You could do it pretty subtly, I think, with some of the structures outside the town. You know, stuff like the polyhedron, right? More weird shapes and like stairways to nowhere. I think that's why I really appreciated that reveal, because it made everything else in the game up to this point that was previously like completely nonsensical suddenly snap into focus, right? Like the stairways to nowhere. Oh, it's kids playing with Legos. Got it. I think that pitch of a like... It's basically a survival psychological horror game that's set within the make-believe Lego tower of some kids is super genius. I don't know that the game is able to deliver on it because of some other issues with like the jank of the playthrough and how it's kind of hard to tell what's on purpose and what's just unintentional jank, but the idea of like games played in make-believe by children actually being real to the people being that are the dolls, right? And that being terrifying is very cool. Mm-hmm. Bridge collapsing and diverting the water, right? And bought out this guy's food. Fair enough. Tissue. Am I going to be able to carry that? My God. I feel like the high difficulty of Haruspex is I need to have a separate inventory for organs and blood. A new invitation from Vlad the Elder. Oh, okay. He's like right here, isn't he? Oh, that's fucking convenient. Oh, it's like Elder Scrolls. No.
I can't breathe.
Honored Master Barak. I have. There was a brand, wasn't there? The document's bearing the same mark. It designates a secret name. How do you know that? My daughter told me about these doomed children that the deceased used to take care of. The bound? Can you read Longmark? The so-called circles or copious brands. You mean the hieroglyphic alphabet? I don't know the secret code. The kin does. Maybe some of the Odong worms or the butchers. Locked up all the inhabitants of the Termitary. Why? There's an epidemic, a quarantine, I can't violate it. There are 8,000 inside. What if it already has found a way in? The Bachelor has already harassed me with these pointless questions. Meaning of the brand. Butchers escaped the Termitary before it was blocked off. I propose a deal. Explain how you may find them helpful. Have you, though? I agree. There's a shack. I've tried sending people there already. They're recruited coldly. A certain lady lives in it. She's always in the loop. She knows the butcher's ways and what they're after. She was begotten by an Odong and a twyre bride. A bride? That shit's so fucking weird. It's so weird. Okay. Show me the place. Oh, is that Aspity's house? It is. She's such a weird character, too. Aspity, I mean. The brand. Oh, that's our main quest. Okay, cool. I thought that the Bachelor's quest was the main quest. I guess not. Alright, well, if I need infected tissue, assume that means part of town is infected today. I think I'm going to stop back at my workshop really quick to try to make some space. Fuck, it's a dog. I don't think I ever really saw dogs in the Bachelor playthrough. Lemons, smoked meat, walnuts. Heck yeah. How much are walnuts? They cost nothing. I guess I'm close enough to Aspity. I'll go talk to her and then I'll go try to deposit stuff. Yo, hey, we got needles. Yeah, I should have been stopping in these shops the whole time. I completely forgot that they stock this stuff. Does kerosene actually matter? Like, I don't even know if I had a lamp as the Bachelor. I don't think I started with kerosene. I think I pressed a button one time that made a weird sound, and someone was like, "Oh, that's the sound meaning you don't have enough oil for your lantern." I'm like, "What the fuck? That's a thing?" Yo, dude, you got any bandages? He does. What a sight to see. Oh, is this still here? Oh, can I deposit stuff here too? I guess that could be nice. This area is a little bit closer to civilization.
What?
Do you know why I came here? Looking for the runaway. It's a shame Fat Vlad managed to weasel his way into your circle of friends. An outsider fop, a bachelor in a snakeskin coat. Is this coat a snakeskin coat? I think I remember this quest from day 3 of The Bachelor, yeah. Are they all gone? Some are hiding throughout the town. I'm planning to collect them one by one. I found one already. The children of Suak have no reason to expire in this torture chamber. You can count on me, Onion. Where is this one hiding? Promise I won't turn him into Fat Vlad. Being hunted. Don't let the hunters catch you, too. They won't waste their time getting to know you. Okay. The butchers are the guys who look like Romulans. You didn't really get to explore their deal very much as the Bachelor. They just kind of like showed up when the Termitary was unlocked, and I'm like, what's with these dudes? So I assume we'll be spending more time with them as the Haruspex. So I know you eventually set up shop there anyway. We're not in the golden era of the playthrough yet where butchers are just out all day murdering people in the streets so I can harvest their organs. I think that's interesting because I feel like that, like, helps with the scaling difficulty of obtaining resources later in the game. If I am in fact going to need to make a shitload of twyre extract stuff in order to make the panacea, it would make sense if in the late game now people are just getting murdered constantly and you just run up and harvest their organs. It's fine. This is fine. It's fine and also normal. I wonder which of these items is like the most cash efficient. I'm sure there's material on that. Oh, hey, an infected district. It makes sense that it starts here, right? Because this is where Barak's house was. That's again. Oh man. All right, now we're playing Pathologic. Oof. Yep, now we're playing Pathologic. Already out of space. That shit. I guess I'll go do this quest, and I gotta go turn shit in, or I'm gonna be very sad. I think we don't have moving like clouds yet. I think we have those and then the orange clouds show up later. This is fine. Can't see shit. I guess this is where you want the... Oh god. That's not good. I think this is similar to the building that the Bachelor has to go in on day 3. Yep, that's the right house. Okay. Try equipping these, I guess. It's just chasing me, that's completely fine. God. Oh, still got infected, even though I'm wearing a drape and gloves. Alright, so don't go left up the stairs, I guess. I was hoping to jump on the bed, maybe. Must be somewhere I'm supposed to go in here. Oh, is this it? Maybe not. I might try to find out where I'm supposed to go, even if it means I have to restart here. So I know what to do. Dude, I'm so confused. This is the right house, yeah? It is. Oh, there's a person. Why did you come, child of Bordeaux? What are you doing here? Hired by the outsider. He gave us a task. We had to open the dead for him. He was looking for the disease inside them. There were 4 of us. Patrolmen came, killed 2 of my brothers. They're after the 3rd one. I've hidden here. The body I opened up was taken away to be buried. Olgimsky's after you? Will you help me? Tell me what this brand means. I've seen this brand before. I don't know its lines. I've seen it in a terrible place. There's a corridor in the depths of the abattoir. The route that Supremes take when they come from the steppe to be celebrated. The foreman of the abattoir can explain its meaning to you. Or can I find this foreman? Enter the abattoir if you're brave. Something's marked with this sign. It's neither a man nor a child of Bordeaux nor of Suak. It's a Supreme. Your father had something to do with those who walk the corridor. It scares me. The brand is drawn there for a reason. They're not men. This is all I know. I think I saw the plague cloud that time. I don't know what changed, but so I'm not going to question it. I go back to my house and deposit stuff. Glad to have you tell me the name. I'll know everything about the Bull Project. Okay. It sounds like they were giving me a breadcrumb to go to the cemetery. Which I might want to do here. Because I think that's where the Bachelor was, if I recall correctly, where the guard beats you up. I was hoping to find just like a corpse somewhere here, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. We'll deposit stuff before we do anything else, though. I think the idea that, like, you have kids playing make-believe, they're obviously not coming up with all this, like, crazy eldritch horror Cthulhu shit talking about the Shabnak and stuff, right? And maybe they come up with some of that, but I'm amused by the idea that you could have a Lovecraftian horror story and the elder gods who are unknowable are children playing make-believe, and that all of the weird like lore and terminology that the people in universe come up with is just their way to try to explain the completely absurd, irrational actions of the kids playing make-believe that create their world, right? Like, I think those are completely compatible with each other. Like, it doesn't require that the children understand how diseases work, right? Why? Pathologic. Right. Yeah, like I even kind of like that idea if you take it outside of Pathologic and you just apply it to other Elder Gods horror fiction. Going pretty decently so far today. Knock on wood. Guess I'm gonna go over by the cemetery where the Bachelor was. I don't have anything to lose by checking it out, at least. I don't know if that's correct, though. Probably need to turn in all my organs at some point today. Alright, the stuff that I get from hooks and razors, easier to come by, and I guess also watches, but I want to hold on to my needles. Probably deposit the bracelets and gold rings. I feel like I need lots of space. Go on like a pointed mission to find stuff later. We doing on everything? Fine, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna go, let's see. Cemetery, that's right. Possibly also to the worm in the southeast corner. Yep, it's still here. Okay, so I guess the events of the Bachelor playthrough are still true, I suppose. Whoa! Okay. Well, I might lose some rep from this, but I'll try to get it back. Get stuck on the gravestone! Do it, Bloodborne style. Fuck. Ah, shit. These guys are way harder than the not the butchers, the bandits, because they attack way faster. Let's try to get him stuck on the gravestone here. Not as stuck as I would have liked there. Shit. Man, he did sail across the screen. There we go. Oh, I didn't hear any crying children, so... Whoa! What's he doing with 11 alpha tablets, dude? Am I fine? No, looks like I'm fine. Corpse blood. Huh, you know, I wonder if I only was able to do that, like, maybe the game wouldn't have given me any, what's the word? It wouldn't have given me any breadcrumbs to that. It's only because I played Bachelor that I knew it was there. Although, that was weird because when I did that as the Bachelor, I definitely lost reputation, and I was really weirded out by it. They, like, beat me up, I lost reputation, and I had to go back and kill them, and I think the whole point was that, like... because the Bachelor isn't allowed to harvest organs, that was his only way to get infected anything. So I wonder if I'm still able to do this conventionally with the Haruspex by just finding an infected corpse, but I didn't see anybody in that infected district before, so maybe not. No idea. Looking for needles. Nope. I guess maybe they could do something where, like, equipping protective gear, instead of it making it more likely for you to not be affected by plague clouds, it just affected the spawn rate of plague clouds or something. That might make sense. Most of the things you like. I don't think so. I don't think the rats or the clouds do anything to NPCs, unfortunately. I wish the rats would go for NPCs sometimes. They have a very far aggro radius and they chase you relentlessly. I think I'm gonna go talk to Big Vlad. Go talk to the Bachelor. I'm short a couple side quests though. So there should be 3 today and I only have the 1, so maybe they'll give me a breadcrumb to one of them. Nope. Alright, now that I finally have enough resources for Schmouters, where are all the teensies at? Stop at this clothing store for needles real quick, 1 second. All right, 3 needles. You'd love to see it. Whoa, talk about a treasure trove. Oh, well, that, so much for saving inventory space. Jesus Christ. This kid usually has drugs, and today he doesn't have shit. Shotgun shells. Get rid of a hook. I also have to get rid of some nuts, which I don't want to do. Teensy. Alright, come on, Schmouter, let's go. Big money. Nope. No dice. Lockpicks are still expensive from her. Okay. Let's barter, lad. Alright, I can get rid of this stuff now. Oh no, I can't quite get up there. I guess I could switch daggers. Probably should do that anyway, just to make enemies easier. Get me to a 5, 8, or 5, 7. And I'd be wasting money either way. Shit. Oh well. Schmouter! Come on, Schmouter! Cure the pandemic. Let's go. Fuck. It's got nothing. Okay, let's get a Schmouter. Come on. Big money. It's morphine. Damn it, kid. None of the children in this town have boxes of powder that cripple you for life, but also completely cure any illness. Another thing that is completely bizarre and out of left field until you get the sandcastle reveal. Probably not. Schmouter. Schmouter. Just morphine again. Alright, well I got a bandage, that's good. Howdy.
Simon has disappeared.
I need to speak to Foreman Oyen. Can you arrange that? Yes, the current one. Lost one friend called Barak already. Foreman Oyen knows why. He will pay for it. He knows who killed my father? He's not happy about your father's death. He wouldn't be unhappy if you were to die either. There's no reason for you to meet him right now. I want to see him. He went off to the steppe. He's not in town at the moment. He's supposed to come back in a day or two. When did he leave? 3 days ago, maybe 4. You arranged for us to meet? Bachelor's nosing about the Termitary. If I meet the foreman, I'll give him another reason to suspect me. Thank you for the advice. Oh, that's it? Okay. What kind of creature hides beneath the brand? Is it someone who has no name whatsoever and is thus defined by a symbol? Or is it terrifying to such an extent that it's forbidden to speak its name? Is this knowledge sacred? Special measures were taken to keep the identity secret. I'll have to postpone the meeting with the foreman. The mystery of the sought one is yet to be deciphered. The panacea has yet to be made, so I must keep working. Okay. I don't think I have any more water, do I? I don't know if anyway. Alright, we're gonna go talk to the Bachelor. Hopefully he's gonna give us some kind of breadcrumb to the next quest, and if he doesn't, I think I'll just look up who to talk to. Nothing. Schmouter. If you're watching and you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, this little girl has like a 1% chance to sell an item that just cures the plague. It's super expensive. It's only that NPC. I think I saw it one time in the first campaign and I didn't have enough to buy it. And assuming that the formula for the playthrough is similar to the Bachelor campaign, I need to have a certain number of like permanent cures to the plague by the end of the game. So if you hear me yell Schmouter, it's because I see one of those girls that sells the cure. Bachelor, buddy.
The wretched wound has opened.
Got something for you. I'm gonna return your kindness. Can offer you better. The drug's not available to the general public yet. Bandage packages, painkillers, antibiotics, or immunogens. Antibiotics are the thing that I can use to talk to people when they get sick, right? I think I want those. Oh yeah, those are definitely what I need. Okay. Good choice. Is that it for that quest? Tissue is placed under the microscope. I wonder what conclusions he will reach. I think this is where he finds out, through working with Ruben, that like it doesn't spread while dead, while the host is dead. Okay, he did not give me a clue as to where to go next, so I'm just gonna check here. Second. Pathologic side quests. Capella. Okay. I guess maybe I could have known to talk to Capella because it's in the same house as Vlad, but surprised he didn't mention it. So much of this game is structured in a way that does convey to the player what to do very well, that it's weird when it occasionally like seems to forget to. Like a lot of the times quests will give you quest markers on the map that say go specifically to this building, and then just occasionally it won't. And it doesn't seem like that's on purpose, it just seems like they forgot. So hopefully that gets addressed in Pathologic too. Garbage Park has not restocked yet. It's hunger time. Man, I gotta be careful. I'm running out of space for this shit. Guess I can eat this. You know that eating a whole raw lemon makes you hungry? Maybe I didn't fully loot Garbage Park before. One man's trash park. Think I have any water? Oh, I do, never mind. Must have had a bunch of bottles and hadn't filled it last time I talked to one of those guys. Schmouter. Let's go, big money. Nope. See if I even see one in this playthrough. Oh, it's a different room, I think. Letter. Ruben keeps threatening. Try to convince me you're not guilty. I like to believe, but I cannot. Your advocates reek of self-interest and deception. The harder they try to acquit you, the more suspicious I get. Where are you hiding? Thanks, Ruben. I'll try not to bug you.
So,
Why the sad look?
you genuinely...
Feeling dizzy again. I've had a pit. Felt that Notkin was in danger. Have the two of you met yet? I have. Their castle is there. Castle? It's where the Solanahavs live. He's not an urchin, he's just independent and parentless. And he's getting out of hand. Could you check on him? Sure. The first quest I got on the first day, actually, was for him. Capella's troubles. Calls her friends the Bound. Causes your toes to split. God, Yahan. Hope you're simultaneously proud and ashamed of yourself, as you should be. Very good. Hey man, got any bandages for me? Nope, you ain't got shit. Still have to open the map pretty frequently in this game, but I'm having to do it a bit less now, which is nice. Oh, what's a bandit doing out here at this time of day? It's probably bad news bears. Sup? What are you doing, my good people? We ain't no good people. I'm sure as hell ain't yours. Gotta pick dirty punks' noses with our knives. Bad grief send you? Were you? Get lost before we peel your face off your skull. Oh my, that was colorful. Eat this. Go in? Can I pick the lock? Ah, weird. I think I've talked to Bad Grief. I didn't get a quest entry for that today. It's this one here on the right.
Where there's carrion, there are crows.
Was the order to gut the boys yours? What kind of kid-killing monster? Where'd the rabid dogs be taken away from him? They're getting out of hand. People you sent came with their knives sharpened. But ordering those thieves to leave. These times are tough. It's no child's play. Rats are more dangerous than dogs these days. The Bachelor is way too proud to come by. It doesn't seem like he's planning to. You tell him to come. I only need to talk. It'll be beneficial for him. Oh, so is that the time when I talked to the Haruspex and he's like, go talk to Bad Grief, and you go talk to Bad Grief and you get attacked by like 7 dudes? That's funny. Figure for you to let the urchins be on the condition that I bring Bachelor Tangovsky to him. Get over his arrogance for the sake of a few homeless children. Okay, so like, I guess I could have optimized the day better if I knew about the Capella side quest, because I would have had to gone back to the Bachelor at some point anyway. And I could have maybe turned in this quest at the same time. Oh well. I feel like we're flying through this right now. I mean, there's a minimum amount of time you have to take just because of the way days pass in the game, but we'll see how it gets once there's plague clouds everywhere and I'm reloading every 5 minutes. Feels like a rather significant portion of the time loss isn't just from like the act of reloading, it's how long it takes for the load to happen. It's like 6 or 7 seconds or something. Thought I'd check. Let's barter, lad. Still can't even it out. I need to get more of those razors because they trade for one. It helps to act as like pennies, I guess. Pennies, excuse me. Sup?
What kind of backward
You
practices
do me
are
a favor. Bad Grief wants to see you. Who the hell is that? The local thief kingpin. You said your meeting would be mutually beneficial. I'll leave the boys be if you promise to come by. The boys' lives in danger? They are. Thank you. Turn to Bad Grief now. Empty bottles. Oh shit, we're almost at time again. I keep losing track of time here. Now that I kind of understand what this game is all about. Future Marstead, you're doing one of 2 side quests. I think the other one you're going to get from Notkin after you finish this one. Basically, you went to talk to Capella. She said she was worried about Notkin. You went to go try to check on Notkin, and there were 2 bandits outside with knives. So they mentioned Bad Grief, so you went and you talked to Bad Grief, and Bad Grief said go send Bachelor Dankovsky here, so you did that. Your next step is to go turn that into Bad Grief, and then you can probably go talk to Notkin, and I think he's going to give you another side quest. You are going to want to get as many organs as you possibly can, so try to maximize the time that you spend walking around at night to kill bandits, so you can get organs without losing a reputation. You also probably want to trade with the worms here, here, and here. As many times as you can get away with per day, I think. And try to just stock up on as much twyre as you can. I don't know what most of it does, but I have a feeling you're going to need it for Panacea later, so get it while it's hot, I guess. Stop at your base is factory building number 4 often to deposit stuff, because inventory space seems like it's a really severe problem for the Haruspex. And I'll leave you here right in the room with Bad Grief. Good luck, we're all counting on you.